Okay, today on Gaming with Bryn, we needed a replacement for Marvel Midnight Suns, so I thought, hey, let's do Warhammer Rogue Trader. Why not? It's a strategy game. We don't have cards, but we do kind of have, um, old school Baldur's Gate style gameplay. So we have a kooky team um, of misfits, each with their own problems. They're not quite good guys. They're kind of like anti-hero, not quite villains, but they're defending their own space or something. They border on the slightly villainous. I don't think anybody in this game is a good guy, so just saying. Anyway, so we're gonna go with this today. Well, let's see. I have the Void Shadows thing, so I'm just gonna leave it on. Continue. I'm gonna stay on normal mode for purposes of, showing what they intended. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna create my own custom character. I've imported a photo, so I'm gonna do some sort of psychic lady, and I thought that, the picture I grabbed off the internet. If AI can steal from people, I can steal from AI. That's my feeling. I'm not monetizing, so it's not like anyone's going to be profitizing on the using of anybody's art. So I don't feel bad about it. Because I'm not making money, you're not making money, nobody's making money. So it shouldn't be a problem, right? Anyway. So I thought this picture looked kind of witchy, and I just went with that. So let's see if I can make this look like the little picture up there. The face. I think the hair needs to change. Do something with a ponytail. What did I put in the other photo? Back to portrait. Kind of longish hair. We'll just go with something like this maybe. Something like... There's nothing with a ponytail? Seriously? There's no ponytails? That's the closest I can get to a ponytail. Whoa. We're back. We're back. I'm trying to get it to look somewhat like the pictures that I have here. I suppose that'll be a generic long hair. We'll go with that one. Kind of looks right. What eyebrow did we go with here? Got kind of a... I think he's got a very normal looking eyebrow. Whatever. Tattoos? Did I give her does she have tattoos in this? Not that I can see it. We'll leave that off. Augmentations. You can do like a face plate thing? I don't think she has anything on here either. Unless there's something around the neck. Nope.
Watch and learn. I'll mention this triumph in my memoirs.
I am but a harbinger of the destruction!
Sounds very angry.
The Emperor gave me a vision.
This could be an opportunity. I always keep my options open.
Macro cannons?
All hands, prepare for acceleration.
Send their souls to the void.
Should I make her necromancer?
Empyrean, take this sacrifice. Blood and mayhem shall be our anthem.
Lads! The battleground beckons. Step by step I lead. Let the bodies pile!
Should I make her crazy?
Behold the wrath of madness!
Should I make her crazy?
Let chaos paint the stars red.
Keep your wits about you. I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Sounds a little bit pompous,
I
but might work.
always get the job done.
Maybe we'll just go make her kind of an asshole. But not full on crazy. Alright. Let's see. So you get better. Okay, so this would be better for a fighter. Hive World. That's more of a social person. Intelligent person. Kinda made her pompous. Never stop believing. I might just choose this one because of the song. Anyway. Okay. Don't stop believing, yeah. Anyway, combat addict. So, in combat, their skills are stronger. Outside of combat, they're lower. Never stop shooting. So she's got bloodlust? Is that what we're gonna do here? Or should I do something else? I can make her social. I don't think I want to make her social. Intelligence and toughness. Let's put her on a fortress world. Border world, man. She's a border world. What else are we doing
Challenges
here?
make the spoils that much sweeter.
Should I make her paler? Go with the photo. White as white can be. Should I go kind of with... Yeah, your choices aren't much. I guess that's the only white I can get. Home world. Okay, we'll go to fortress, border world. Now, these are fun. The fun uniforms. A military commander. Commissar. I like the hat. That's fun. It's very Russian looking, isn't it? Crime lord. Priest? Navy officer? Hold on. My picture makes her look like a psyker. Maybe I should be a psyker. Priests are kind of more techy, right? Yeah, let's do psyker. So Psychic abilities. Warp powers. Okay, we'll go Psyker. I guess we'll have to choose what version of Psyker. Okay, so we can do Biomancer, which is biological energy and processes. We can do a Diviner, discern the hidden past and know the course of outcomes yet to come. We can do Pyromancer, which is burn, 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 fire. We can do a Sanctic. It looks like buffing mostly. Or a Telepath. Delude, control, and destroy. So what does this one do? Do I only get one? This would be good for combat. It's Biomancer? Vigorate, that's a healing. Gain an extra turn. Maybe I should go Healy. I'm leaning towards either Diviner or Biomancer. Pyromancer would be great for combat, though. But this doesn't show. This doesn't tell me Biomancer. This looks more Diviner to me. I'm trying to take influence from the picture. Or bio. We'll just go with Diviner. I think you can pair it with other skills too. You don't stuck in just one. Okay, so upon solving the mystery, okay, so I get one perk. Do I want Xenoslore, Persuasion, or Coercion? So my choices are, I could either solve a mystery of powerful psychically active Xeno artifacts, destroy the creation of countless enemies of humanity. He single-handedly saved a pilgrim ship by stopping a warp breach. While traveling through the immaterial. Or the power of your sorcery crushed the demon of the arch-enemy and drove it back into the warp. Maybe I should do this one. Right? That looks like she did something like that. Alright, we'll just go with this one. Darkest Hour. Okay, so I gotta get a hit. You're accused of being possessed. We got possessed. We were accused of being possessed. We lost a void ship. Or we nearly died. Less logical, less aware, or she's just ignorant of the lore of the war. Maybe we'll do this? She made a mistake, and now she has to bear the burden. Okay, so archetypes. So I can be a warrior, which will help me do one of those three. I'm gonna be an officer, which can help me do vanguard, master tactician, or strategist. I think maybe she should be either a tactician or a strategist. She can be an operative. What is operative? So this one is willpower and fellowship. What did I give myself origin-wise? Psyker. Coercion. Analyze enemies. Do I want to be an officer and make other people fight for me? That's willpower and fellowship. So I've got boosts to those two. So tech use, logic, intelligence, perception. Soldier can use guns. I don't think melee or warrior makes sense. So I'm either gonna be officer or operative. Maybe I should be an officer. Willpower and fellowship or an operative. Intelligence and perception. Maybe I'll be an operative. That sounds more fun. Tech use and logic. Let's go with that. It says I can be a grand strategist, but not a master technician. What is that? Okay, we're gonna stay operative, I think. Characteristics. So I'm losing fellowship. Yeah, that's why I these are my skills? I can upgrade weapon skills, ballistic, strength. Cruise. Coercion is supposed to be fellowship? Maybe I should up fellowship then. Let's bump it up to 35. Then I have 20 more points. What do I want to do with them? Do I want to be better at weapons? Did I make myself melee even though I didn't really want to? This is gonna be interesting if I did. It's a melee character. It doesn't say if it's melee or not. It says it's intelligence, perception, tech, and logic use. Intelligence, perception. Tech and logic use. What's agility? She's not gonna be strong, I don't think. Perception might make sense. What's willpower in this? I don't see any skills here with willpower on it. What's willpower for? Oh, I get a bonus for it. Okay, we're gonna pump that up then. Because I'm a psyker. We'll just go with that, whatever. Destiny Hunter, Eye of Providence, Patient Fortune, Atonement of the Abyss, Guardian of the Brink, Trailblazer, Calamity's Promise, Charybdis, Void Treader, Mercy of the Stars, Gloriam Liberatum, Charybdis again, Bound Avarice, Seeker's Haven. I guess that works for a prophetess. Or whatever the fuck she's gonna be. She's a diviner. She's seeking truth. Or the best strategy to get to her goal, I guess. Alright. Ethel. That is the worst name ever. I was gonna say Ren. So we get forewarning. Coercion. And she's got psycho powers. Let's do this. Wow, that took 20 minutes to create a character. Some of these games are very, so many choices. We'll see if I regret those choices. I'm kind of just winging it. Like he almost tripped there.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Yeah, we have a little... I suppose we have a decent view, but we're not in the action. I'm gonna be a shit disturber.
An interesting perspective. However, allow me to offer you a bit of advice. In the interests of your own well-being, you should frame your thoughts with greater piety. Demonstrating such a lack of care when choosing your words might be viewed by certain people as evidence of insufficient trepidation before the God Emperor, the master of humanity. My apologies. The statements you made were so intriguing that I forgot myself. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship rogue trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before. I am aware of that fact. It would have been unacceptable negligence to have overlooked such a detail when compiling your profile. Fate bestowed upon you powers of witchcraft, and a duty to use them for the good of the Imperium. Yours is truly an unenviable lot. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. bear it with honor. To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valancius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others. I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities. There is, and you will meet him soon enough. So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible. Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the God Emperor's service. And therefore, it...
Oh. I didn't
Is
want to cancel you, I
sacrosanct.
just wanted to see what that did.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valancius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
I always have a backup plan.
You don't have to tell me that when you're moving. Oh. Okay, so I can like interact with things. Why are these two dots on top of each other? I'm poking things. Oh,
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
noble guest workers. I guess I'm supposed to go this way after, you know, looking at things. They still get a purple
One
hood.
of the von Valancius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
He's got a battle tank. A giant iron box.
What's happening?
Oops.
Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Alright, the half robot dudes are attacking.
Your demise is already calculated.
Alright, so we start the battle. I guess it. Where am I? Maybe I should have positioned myself better. Oops. He's dead. And he's dead. Okay, so I can move that area. And I can do these things.
It's as good as done. On it.
Okay, so I kind of have a... No. Turn it off? How do I go back to moving? Okay. So if I go behind him, I'm gonna hide behind you, man. Yeah, I can shoot with the bullet.
I'll make it happen.
And then I guess my turn is over. I have 5 out of 6 bullets left. Well, you guys suck. You're just gonna sit there and let me do it, man?
Who, if not me?
Well, nice that he'll kill everybody else first. You're not gonna help me, man? So useless.
I'll make it happen. It's as good as done. You never stood a chance.
Well,
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
alright. Secure the floor, guys. Thanks for nothing.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
No looting bodies? No, but I can look at stuff.
Is there money to be made?
Yeah, that's what I was checking. You go this way? Is that where I'm supposed to go? Purple. Am I supposed to go this way?
Always
or-
keep your eye on the prize.
Okay. Nope, I gotta go into this hall. Figured out how to turn my camera. Off we go. We're gonna trust these servitors? Yep. What's the deck below? What do we got down here? Tech priest, crew officer. Okay, they're blocking me off here. Go to this side. I guess it's just this big open area. Technomat. Oh.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
The voice acting's pretty good.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronus expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Ah, yes. Personal intervention. The surest way to leave yourself vulnerable. What say you, Edelthrad? Your sister in sorcery is not afraid to face danger. Unlike you.
A psyker's soul is a yawning gate for the ruinous powers. One could hardly trust a servant of the Imperium who is so eager to usher in corruption. Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
So, why are you here? You have seeded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lickspittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign. and bode death and ruin to us all.
So basically you leave Borders to go find things to sell, right?
It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
I'm like a second cousin or something.
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake. His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield.
Denial.
Or perhaps there
Nothing's
is
wrong.
something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Ethelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time. In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Rebellion. Didn't take long.
to the dark powers!
Emperor, protect me!
A tactically sound approach. I took care of this one.
Down.
Reduced to
Down.
dust.
Can it be fast?
Stay vigilant. To the heretics. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Name them! Make them bleed!
It says I should go to cover.
I'll make it happen. On it. Your end was inevitable.
Out of my way! Oh. Death to non-believers!
Brace yourself, Abelard.
They really don't like him. But to be fair, he's standing right in the middle of everyone. Out in the open.
You attack. Reduced to dust. Follow my lead. For the glory of the Imperium.
Let's make some opportunities. Who, if not me? It's as good as done.
Another enemy down!
Again, the soldiers are actually...
Take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive.
Okay.
Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Alright.
I always keep my options open.
Nothing over here, nothing to loot. At least we're not looting yet. Okay. Going this way? Dude, the flamethrower.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Alright, I guess I'm going with him.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. Then move out! Mort, come.
Fine, go. Move on. With the Whisperers. Alright, buddy.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear. Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Ooh. Alright, clearly he's the problem.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. She has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber, and for that, I need her breathing. How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
So clearly he's fake family because he doesn't have the blood. Yeah, what is it?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, fond Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for? Wretched. What do you know about wretchedness, Theodora's cur? Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind.
You serve.
Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench von Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
Okay, but why?
Did you forget something?
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
Yes, yes I do.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way!
Escort the child of the house to safety. Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by. Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Move faster! Restore communication with the navigator's sanctum! I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once! I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection. Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations. Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated.
Yeah, don't forget to close the door on your way out.
Executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
I
yet?
always have a backup plan.
Oh. Yo, I can only change the... Alright. Fine.
Run, fools, or fall!
Oh, he's got a chainsaw sword? Oh, okay, no fight.
Mistress? Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me! What is the meaning of this? What? Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Mistress, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora. Saints' blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive and now safe, Mistress. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense.
Ooh, I got a sniper rifle?
Here.
Okay, so if I go to inventory, sniper rifle, armor. I can't equip that. So I
I'm
can
at
use
your
him,
service.
right? So I use it. Oh.
Let's patch you up.
I won't.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive. I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Geller field has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
Okay, how did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel might have sent the message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort.
Maybe I'm hallucinating.
The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
Alright, what can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
That does not sound like a good thing. I heard one of Theodora's boxcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
Navigator's Sanctum, very well.
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared!
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
You will die screaming!
Yeah.
The Emperor is with us!
Your Emperor won't save you!
Can we move closer? And keep you sort of far there? Alright, so he has a...
Victory is... At your beck and call.
Can't do anything, I'm gonna wait. Alright, so then we'll do...
I'll make it happen. On it.
That lets me hit straight through.
I'll make it happen.
Oh, that sucks. Well, I can see Adelbar is going to be doing most of the work until I increase my skill set.
I serve the ruinous powers!
At least we can dodge.
Chaos guides me! Ah!
My ears are ringing.
My masters!
I think we're going to just have to do this.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
What we can do, friendly fire.
It's as good as done.
Well, I knew that was going to happen.
Who, if not me?
Okay, so I'm not going to be very good.
I serve the ruinous powers! I bring ruin!
I will do my duty. Reduced to dust. Indeed.
I'll see to it personally. On it.
You never stood a chance.
Well, I hit one. Alright. We can level up. Okay. Choose skill. Logic or tech use. Intelligence. Hacking. That might be more useful. What's this one? Okay. Both of them are about the same level. Okay, I'll choose tech use this time. And what does he get? Athletics or carouse? Do athletics. Okay. Oh, now I can move. Let's do it. Get all the things. Anything I can use? So if I go to... Would the gun be better or the sword? Kind of like...
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, and can I put the bag on him? Anything else interesting here? No? Okay, we got a map. Go here.
I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head.
Quite literally.
Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abela, how they sing.
Okay, she's crazy.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
I see. You were wounded by the corrupted weapon which led to a warp entity invading your mind.
The voices from beyond the threshold.
I guess we're
whisper
sister
to me.
diviners then.
Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you, von Valancius, are a sorcerer too, just like the other one. Lady Theodora must have grown so fond of psychers she wants one to replace her.
Oh?
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence.
I guess we're both
the other
psychers.
heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelstrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it! You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
Oh, do share. Do share. You live through torture sometime in your distant past. Alright, what are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Sure.
Oh no.
Tactical
no,
save.
No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity.
Alright.
But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Alright. No, there were 3. Nothing except for a door that we're standing in front of.
All of you will bleed!
It's there, we set up.
Let's get to it.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I'm weak.
Such is the will of
Just run
chaos.
to cover.
I've suffered worse.
Okay, so analyze.
I'll make it happen. It's as good as done. Your end was inevitable.
She's getting better at that. Can go here.
My place is at the fore. At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
Oops.
My ears are ringing. Victory is imminent.
Okay.
Chaos guides me.
Okay, so she's got the screaming power and the lightning power.
Oni,
Let's kill this one.
what an unfortunate turn of fate. Anything else?
Hold on!
I won't stand for it. Who if not me? I'll see to it.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
I suppose I should have run into him first.
Was be gone.
Alright, Vespiadas? Creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with the throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gills-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespiadas still lives. Well, the servants are dead. But the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Your time is short.
Short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Final dawn?
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Idealistic screamers echo by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysm of self-corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling. Then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose. And there is purplish swelling around the eyes. That can't be good, right?
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
I want to help you. Tell me how.
Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on. And wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the translation. So, run. Run!
The navigator's still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Okay.
Vespiadas, good luck. And thank you.
The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelid. The box at the base of his chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. all the things. Anything else we can do here once we leave? Alright, go. Go this way? Back where we came. Officer's deck. It's like a fully voice acted, you know, BG Baldur's Gate 2 sort of style game. Or at least the first part of the game is still voice acted. We'll see when that stops.
Your ship's as good as ours! It's all over for you!
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Oh.
Somebody shoot this man!
You got the flamethrower?
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them.
Nope,
take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
Alrighty. You got the religious priestess with the big ass badass gun. Alright. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand, and for a moment it seems she's not going to stop, and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face. It is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Ringon Valencius. Such a name. Anyway, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
They painted her with the French fleur-de-lis. She's French.
Sister, I beg of you.
He's got like
now
a
is not
skull
the time
and
for
a
interrogations.
The
ship is under attack by heretics.
Battleship wheel.
We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Okay, Seneschal is right, there's no time for talk.
Very well. We may leave it at that, for now. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic!
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing above board a rogue trader ship? Your orders serve the Ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
I have a feeling this game is going to challenge my vocabulary and pronunciation a lot.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lady. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments, but we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What is happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lady. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes.
Okay, so we got
I implore
hallucinogenic
you, my
gas.
lady, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Alrighty. Nope, there's a box. What's this stuff? That's better than the one I got. Whoa, what happened there? No, we want to go. So I got 12 to 16, that was 12 to 17. Maybe I should give myself a psychic stat as a secondary weapon. See if that's better. Alright, she can heal. So there's a door there. Oh, there's another box here. Oh, just take the stuff. Take all the things. Sure, we'll find a use for it later.
Rise to the top. Your demise is already calculated.
Let the blood flow.
I guess we'll put you here.
Hey.
And you here.
What's that?
What was that? Looks like they heal after battle, so I just have to survive the battle. Okay, so what is this? More momentum. So she's too close?
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
Interesting.
Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Full and partial cover.
I'll make it happen.
I'll just finish off this.
Another enemy down.
Okay.
I will do my duty.
Aww. More troops.
At your beck and call.
Okay.
Out of my way!
And then there were more.
Indeed. Reduced to dust.
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me.
Well, at least he's got some extra defense there.
But of course, farewell. Anything else? Will do.
Oops.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Would you admit to serving ruinous powers, really? Or would you just believe your powers are all mighty?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'll see to it personally.
No, the lightning stick.
On it. I'll make it happen.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call. I'd rather not.
Death to the weak!
At least I'm using cover effectively.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate. Ah! On it.
Cover.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Let's get rid of that one. Can we move in? Or that's a bad idea. I'm gonna move in, okay.
Don't let your guard down. If not me.
We hit him for 1 damage.
I'll make it happen.
Can we get to you guys?
Someone else can do this. Follow my lead. I took care of this one. I've suffered worse.
Are you getting close enough?
Was be gone!
Alright. Gather all the things. Okay, come over here. Anything else I could pick up? Okay, something over here. There's something over here. Oh, skill test. Open the door. I have logic.
I always get the job done.
Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Sure, let's see. We can get a purple crystal and a bunch of stuffs. Operator's gloves. Okay, I'm an operator. Let's use that. Increases tech use. Well, I got a key, which we didn't have to use.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Alright, I think that's everything in this room. Upstairs. I guess I should, save. Save. Pull up the door. Do you have to run away?
Duty prevails.
Nope. Help me a level. Alright, level up. What am I gonna get? Expose weakness. The operator removes all exploits from the target, decreasing the target's dodge, parry, and armor until the start of the operative's next turn. If this ability reduces the target's armor to 0, it removes only half of the exploits from the target. Okay. I guess it's... I just get a skill set. Okay. What does he get? He gets Endure. Until the warrior's next turn, all incoming damage is reduced by -2. And the warrior gains +10 temporary wounds. Alright. What'd she get? Also, exploit weakness. Sense, I guess. And she gets Revel and Slaughter. The soldier immediately removes the winded effect. Until the end of the combat, the soldier gains the following bonuses. +10 ballistic skill, 15% critical damage, 5% critical hit chance. This ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. The kill counter is not reset between rounds. Alrighty. We have everybody?
I always have a backup plan.
Go. Alright. What do we got here? New bookshelf? With, books? The door? I can open with the tech use.
Just as I planned.
Oh, something there. Throw something. Dude. An officer's helmet. I should probably give that to Adelbard. Because he's taking the most frontline fire.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright. Is he going this way? What are those things that he shoots? What? The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in a raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming. You distantly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valencias.
Are you lost, my heir?
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Aren't you in pain?
Pain is but a reflection of one's weakness. To renounce weakness of spirit in pursuit of greatness is the only path to heights worthy of a rogue trader. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises.
That would be very
Nor
dumb.
will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
Okay, so worst case scenario here. I step into the fire, I die. Best case scenario, I step into the fire and I'm accepting either evil or one of two evils.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
He speaks reason.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel.
Okay, so I can walk through the
What
fire.
are we waiting for?
The Emperor will guide the righteous in their path. I can accept the offer of help to take the pain away and give power, or I can get the people off the bridge. Don't leave people in harm's way. Should I go full on, her heretic? See where the darkness leads her? Since I'm playing Witchy Witch Lady? Let's do that. Like, sure, yeah, I'm calling your bluff. Okay, you offer Theodora your hand and the air around you seems to tighten, becoming thick and viscous, enveloping you and your companions in an impenetrable veil. Theodora smiles at you. Her radiant, piercing blue eyes suddenly remind you of waked fears. So they're related.
I will show you the way. Go on. Close your eyes.
Oh. Let's see where this goes. Did you just teleport me? Okay, I just got teleported. All of us are here? Yeah, we're all here. Go raid the stuffs. Oh, we got a pistol.
What? What is this place?
We got a bunch of stuff.
My mind is clouded with darkness. Emperor, lay your hand upon our brows and guard us against the morass of heresy.
Who's using a pistol right now? You're using like a shotgun. I guess, Corrupted Inferno pistol. Armor penetration. It depends on what range I want to stay at. I guess we'll give it to her since make that her secondary. Machine right. Provides an additional opportunity to call it too much. Maybe use that for you then?
I won't compromise my principles.
Take this one. Melted charge. That seems like you're the demolitions expert here.
This is unacceptable.
No? Alright. What else do we get here? We got an axe. A scrappy auto gun. Alright. I think that's all we got. Alright. We'll continue on. There's a door. We get teleported. It's outside the door. Oh, there's a bedroom here. Is that like a closet? Did we just come out of the closet? I mean, there's 4 of us in there. I don't want to know what happened. We don't remember. Nobody shall speak of this. Where... We got a pool room here. Bathing room. And then we got an office. Can't see outfit. Oh, that's not good. So, was she summoning me from beyond the grave?
Let us not dawdle.
What else we got in here? Nothing. Okay, I guess we gotta go towards the dead body then. 2 dead bodies. Requires dogmatic. Helmet grants its wearer immunity to critical hits. I guess the dogmatic would be my priestess, right? She follows the dogma training, being religious. What else we got up here? Ooh, we got stuff. What's this? Rogue Trader Cloak. I guess I should put that on me for now. I now have a nifty blue cape. The murder scene looks like something contradicting. Oh well. Theodoro-bound Valencius's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls. No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Maybe they didn't want you to.
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I doubt it. Voidsphere was humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a soldier.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Technically, I can do this too. I'm a diviner, right? Okay, you lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot. An extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last moment she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Okay. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. This handwritten letter signed with the initials XC. And a seal with the symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Okay. And sends a shiver down your spine. The author of the letter addressed to Theodore von Valentius, signed it with the seal of one of the Holy Ordos of the Imperior's Inquisition. Secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. I'm gonna look at everything first and ask her opinion. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the arch-militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Alright. Adira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
Okay, Adira, what are these shards talking about?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Yeah, we must be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
Sure.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Alright, anything else? Oh wait, there's a box here. Theodora's Rosary. Commerce and Imperium War. I guess I can wear it for now. Anything else? No?
I always keep my options open.
Always a good plan. I don't see anything direct here. Oh no!
Challenges make the spoils that much sweeter.
Your emperor
won't save you!
Go stand here. Go here. And Magenta, yeah, you can stay there. Go. I have heavy armor? Do I? Really?
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust. I will do my duty. It will be done. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Okay, well, I thought I could do... I have to do the attack first, apparently. Okay, so we're gonna do... Make his dodge better.
On it.
Get rid of that. That looks scary.
Faith without deeds is a prayer.
Will do.
Anything else? But of course.
Cleanses the body.
Crush the evil.
Okay, thanks for the friendly fire. These guys aren't very good, are they?
I took care of this one. I'm not interested.
I'll make it happen. Who, if not me? I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ooh, that thing's kind of deadly. Like this.
Anything else?
2 AP, how much does she have up? 3? 1 AP?
Was that you?
He does not like that guy.
A tactically sound approach. Indeed. It will be done.
It's as good as done.
Okay, so he decides to change his
Who, if not me?
target.
I'll make it happen.
Damn.
I'll do it.
This toughness, their intelligence is less than 35. Does anyone have low intelligence? He does, I guess. Make him tougher. What's this? Okay. Miscellaneous cargo. What do we get? Dismantling attack. The operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. Until the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers a -30 penalty to dodge and a -30 penalty to armor. And I can choose a talent. Okay, so I can increase my psychic powers. So, what is it? Hold on. It recommends one of these, like one of the operative attacks. I can do offensive, defensive, support, universal, archetype. There's a lot to choose from here. Or my talents. So these are my psychic talents. Psyker. Character level required is 4, or is 9. What level am I right now? I must already have that though, right? Oh no, you get one or the other. Either, oh, if I'm sanctioned, I only have to be level 4. Each level of psi rating provides the Psyker access to new powers. Maybe I should do that. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 cells farther from the Psyker, they suffer more damage. So I can unlock more abilities. I'll probably have to do that. It also strengthens damaging psychic powers. Okay, so maybe I should do this. That's good. Give me more power. So he gets Daring Breach. The warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains +3 MP until the end of turn. We do not lose MP after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks, so he can keep moving, I guess. He doesn't have any psychic stuff. So, thick skin seems useful. +1 damage deflection, and their parry chance is increased by 25% of the total's armor. Or the warrior's armor. So whenever the warriors attack again, +1 stack of epicenter of slaughter until the end of combat. Start of their turn, the warrior gains +1 temporary wounds for each stack. Temporary wounds is like more HP, right? So you get 1 HP for each time. Up to 5 every time you get hit. Or you can try to deflect and avoid any HP damage. Now we'll give him thick skin. We have her as well, so she's also Psyker. Maybe I should. Ooh, she has abilities here. After she deals mental damage from any of the target suffers half. Oh, I like that one. Excess damage goes to the next target. Dealing more damage than the target when the excess damage is dealt to the next closest. So it'll progress outward. Let's do that one. What's hers? So she gets Firearm Mastery. Soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, at minimum 2, using the weapon's attack that normally costs the least AP. These attacks do not spend AP. Okay, so until the end of next turn, soldier's turn, the first attack against each one does critical hits. And then they reload. We have, these are recommended. For each adjacent ally, and she has to stand beside somebody. Maybe I should do exploit surroundings for better cover efficiency. It's easier for her to reload. I'm gonna do cover efficiency. I'm gonna try and
always keep your eye on the prize.
Okay. There we go. We're heading to the bridge. Oh. More stuff?
That's how it's done.
Everything that's burning.
The first sacrifice opens the ark. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
I see. I think to sacrifice
Traitor.
has to be your own.
Right when we needed all forces to deliver a decisive blow, you stepped aside. Do not even try to claim that my vox costs did not reach you. I sense the mark of the warp on you. An echo of the powers that are ravaging this ship. What is it? The aftermath of the terrors that you had to face? Or an admission of guilt?
Really trace the corruption that is assaulting this vessel.
Perhaps. The God Emperor knows this crew is infested with corruption as it is.
Let us leave this conversation for another time. Master Edelthrad, it is with great sorrow that I inform you that Lady Theodora von Valancius is dead.
What? You? This is your doing?
Master Edelthrad, no! We have remained in each other's sight ever since we broke free from Kunrad's schemes. The Lord Captain was killed by another's hand, and by the Golden Throne. I can surmise whose hand it was.
Golden Throne of Terra. And I think in mythology, the only Golden Throne I remember hearing about was in Mesopotamia.
No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air.
What's the obsession?
This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrens and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
The ship can still be steered under the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the navigator's sink.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
Let's do this. You can see Kunrad Waitbeer clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time!
Edelthrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Edelthrad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. Alright, ready your weapons. Birth died this day, let's die with honor.
I will not die quietly alongside one who is a traitor to her blood. If my last service to the Imperium is to rip out the throat of an enemy of humanity, then such is the God Emperor's will. Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
You didn't do it, man.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Everybody, you walk right into that. Whoa! That is not a nice look.
Closed ranks!
Come to
What are we doing here? I'm gonna stand over here. We're gonna stand over here. We're gonna stand here. And I guess we're gonna just draw fire.
On it. I'll see to it, personally. Your end was inevitable.
As the Emperor commands, I
But not by much!
Out of my way!
There's two guys over there and one down there. How good you parried. How good you parried twice.
High momentum.
I stand here.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
No, we're gonna stand over here then. I guess we're going to...
On it.
I will do like you. At your beck and call. Brace yourself, Abelard. Death to non-believers!
You guys are annoying.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
There. Okay.
It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally. Who if not me? Another enemy down.
Guess I can snipe the guys at the back.
Eradicated.
There's a couple guys down there.
I will endure.
Dude, he spits acid.
But of course.
Okay, so that sucks. He's eating the other people.
What is it?
Will do.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ways.
So let me hit this guy once first.
It will be done.
And then we're gonna take him out so we can use him for healing.
Didn't flinch. I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
Faith without deeds is worthless. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
That's useless.
As the Emperor commands.
Oh, okay. Well, at least the roll was
I'll do it. You, my Emperor!
No, she's done. Oh no, not her.
My precious has failed me.
Alright, you, oh god. I'm gonna regret this.
Anything else? I'm not so sure.
Brace yourself, Abelard. Indeed. Will rule the stars themselves. It will be done. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. It will be done.
I'll see to it personally.
Get out of the toxin.
Doubt is for the weak.
Is there like a better position she can go to? No.
The whispers call to me.
What is this? She's bleeding. Oh
Was that you? Or...
Just a minor setback.
Field medicine at its finest.
Indeed.
Keep him alive.
I'll brush this off.
I'll make it happen.
No, she's also bleeding.
Blessed be the hand of the healer. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it. I refuse.
Won't really do anything.
Hold on. Stay with us.
My ears are ringing. At your beck and call.
I've faced worse than this. I'll see to it personally. Who, if not me? I'll see to it personally.
Okay. We've got close of endurance. Mantle of heroism. And a blade shard.
I always have a backup plan.
Level. What do we get this time? Perceptions or intelligence? I guess I better do intelligence since I'm using tech skills. Or should I do perception? Because I'm a, reduces enemies' dodge chance. Yeah, we'll do this one for unlocking things. What's this one? What skills did I get here? I gotta wait before I can level up again. Like barrage. I can use damage in second power without being threatened by enemies in melee range. And without provoking attacks of opportunity. Second power using. Okay, so I can hit things farther away. Get more armor penetration. It doesn't care. It's not gonna help me. Force weapons? No. Force reality. More stable? So we get less negative effects. What else do we have? Okay, let's do that one. If he has them isolated, he does more damage. And weapons skill? I'm gonna make him more tanky or more aggressive. We'll do aggressive. She can go perception if I'm going intelligence. Oh, it pretends I'm taking crit hits. Okay, so they get gradually lower and lower dodge and parry. Ooh, maybe we'll do this. Better buffing. Speed? Alright, we'll do that. What does it recommend? Faster reload, which might become more useful later on. Alright, anything else?
Is there money to be made?
I do not know. Do we go backwards? So now we're the only guy left?
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
How did your people survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
We need to reestablish contact with Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Oh, blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, mistress. These people are about to do the impossible.
The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. And please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
I'm ready. Begin the ritual. I'll go sit in the chair. Theodora, the image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents, invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is behind this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It is taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, pours into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the war.
Did you stand in the path of another's destiny only to steal it? You accepted the call of the primordial truth and claimed that fate as your own. So be it. I wove the threads of destiny and held out my hand to you when the flame arose in your path. You took it, and in doing so, sealed your fate. In the future, you will repay me for this boon in full.
Okay. It resonates and merges with voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are myriad manifestations of the same call that's finally in your mind. You were to blame for Theodora's death.
I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Okay. Dun dun dun.
Seneschal, the Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lady. It is because of her toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, mistress. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Alright, we now have control of a ship. Oh, we have some graphic novel action.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the rogue trader dynasty survived. At the cost of many sacrifices made by the Lord Captain in the name of her own ambitions.
Okay. Deep shadows of awareness can be seen in Abelard's face. Through the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, and nods to himself. Well then, your ladyship. You can't help but notice that the seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, he pulls himself together. Oh, he stopped talking. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled in the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the Dex clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How do we lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command and knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising, given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard promises. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your ladyship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. You misspoke. Surely I am the Lady Captain, am I not? There is no mistake, your ladyship. Lady Theodora before you was also the Lord Captain. Don't take the title literally. Think of it as a sacred rank that remains unchanging no matter who bears the warrant. You have been chosen by the Emperor to carry the honorable burden of the rogue traitor, High Gothic. Whence this title originates is a highly formal language, and so a certain level of inflexibility is to be expected. Cool, I'm the lesbian king. Or whatever. Lesbian merchant king. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voigtbeer? Abelard grit. I keep wanting to say Abelard. Adelbard. No, it's Abelard. Grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that it would be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. Wait, Abelard, there is altogether more pressing problem. I do not wish to be the rogue trader. The old officer gasps and looks at you oddly. I do agree that your elevation to your new status was rather precipitous. I assure you that there are good reasons for it. Not least the fact that without a Lord Captain, this ship would be destined for disaster, but I digress. Abelard's voice softened slightly. You do not have a choice. You are the named heir of the rogue trader, and your fate is predetermined. Besides, the Seneschal lowers his voice. If Kunrad is intent on eliminating all the candidates, then his assassins must still be out there, waiting. I doubt they are reckless enough to attack you if you are draped in the mantle of the rogue trader. But if you were to disembark the ship bearing only the status of an ordinary servant of the Emperor... Okay, I understand. Let's return to more pressing matters. The Seneschal makes an approving sound. A wise decision. I'm ready to start the briefing, summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. Okay. So, we got a bunch of guys. A dozen pair of eyes bore into expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and weariness. Attention officers, you've been granted an honor. Lord Captain Rin von Valencius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard? As you wish, your ladyship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Ota of the Ptoleman line, our new Voxmaster. It is an honor to serve your ladyship, the Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravmor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum, Janris Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an ubiquitous smile and bows. It is an honor, your ladyship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Anything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving a complicated manipulation of all the tech priests' mechadendroids. Thank you, Abelard. Greetings to you all. I serve at your pleasure, Lord Captain. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of materials losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in line of duty, so he's like 4 down the line. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far, he can take the heat, so to speak. High Factorum, the future report. We are toiling night and day to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your ladyship. I will personally assure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There's only one resource that cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We've lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks. which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winter Scale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true, given Caligos Winterscale's penchants for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of fixable thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets, rumbles Abelard, frowning. Drives Master, I'll hear from you now. Voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thanks to the Omnissiah. But the spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the engine seer, prime overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him, a most terrible loss. There's no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. IOC, thank you. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right, you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our engine seer, prime, and navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what will happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your ladyship, if you allow me to interject, when we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobile station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck. Plot device. A true blessing from the God Emperor. So who's the God Emperor? Our story writer here. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the daemon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. Dun 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 dun. Okay, if I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round the system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Prometheum is supplied last. And if any thick-ass Grox shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't worry on that score. Okay, Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple, maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone, we've got no able proof, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what, comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It's as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence. The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer. Oh. Really? Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all, your ladyship. I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say, besides a fine replacement, that is. For we already have one lined up. So I can leave him there, I can execute him. Experienced Masters of Ordnance. Okay, so I can be evil or let him stay there. And try to impress him with my actions, and maybe that'll work, maybe that won't work. I can execute him and just replace him, and hopefully the next guy is scared to just do what he's told. Or I can bow down and, let him, off. I'm gonna leave him in his post for now and try to impress him. So experienced masters of ordnance are few and far between, so for that reason he may remain in his post. I leave his punishment at your discretion, Abelard. 20 lashes a month for the next half cycle. The provision of officers' rations and privileges for the same period, with the option to extend. Record that in this file. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. Hey, you got to keep his title. The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What happens seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. To summarize, we've sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new engine, seer prime, and navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's system must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Football Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we'll never reach Football without first solving these 3 immediate problems. Okay, what can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Voxmaster on this point. Mistress Tulliman. We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the order of your ladyship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in the system, and our attempts to send void moxes have produced confounding. To send box messages have produced confounding results. This might be heard on my voice. The Navis Noblite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total box silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have not intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Noblite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thanks for all your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Okay. Your ladyship, there's another thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, Abelard hesitates, your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to the system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. And I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You're referring to the contents of that note, I presume. Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Salcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich van Kalox. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in the system and that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires and then deliver him to Football in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on would be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Noblite or the governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your ladyship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he's about to offer some words of encouragement. Oh, what's this? Adira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Adira. Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Adira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word burst from her lips. Daybreak. Adira, come to your senses. Damn it. Adira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your ladyship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future and it hit me so hard my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Maybe it is dawn. It is ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mr. Glass? No, not yet anyway. The voices are all going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report. Alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. Alright, that's our intro. 3 hours to get through the intro. Okay. I'm not gonna read everything now. Okay, well, her past history, she's Wadeborn. They're kind of... Oof. Alright, she used to be Dearest friend. What else we got here? Abelard?
Lord Captain. A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Hey, he speaks again.
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor. But not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse. And in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier. In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness.
So we're Borderlands.
Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Okay.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission. organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis expanse.
Okay, so we got technologists, religious group, and thieves.
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain. As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know? I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No. I used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse. You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank. What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Utterly baseless.
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps. Of course. I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates. Lord Captain.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break from all this wordiness. Get a drink to clear my throat. I'll be right back. One thing about this game is it's very wordy and there's a lot of reading. Or it's nice that some of this is voice acted though, which saves me some trouble. I can listen more than read. Okay. Who else we got here? Okay, I'm not gonna read this one. I'm gonna give my voice a bit of a rest. Okay. She's Skyon. Their family has served the role for a while, so they're going to keep doing that. Okay, and the armor is passed down. So you're a sadist. Great. So what, I can like have my way with her? Do I want to have my way with her? Are we gonna be a slut or are we gonna be no? We're not gonna do that. Oh man. So basically, Adelbard is the only one she likes. Except she thinks he's old. So she's like the lead enforcer. Alright. Let's not play with the underlings. He's like my quartermaster dude. He's a rich kid. Well, nobody likes white beer anymore. Makes sense, he kind of screwed us all. Okay. So we can sell things to these peoples. Okay, so the priests want food or clothing or medicine. That makes sense. That's the stuff they'd redistribute or use within their own group. And the explorers want technology pieces or stuff to study. The criminals doesn't say what they want, but I have a feeling it'd be money or precious items. Pirates. Okay. Oh, okay, so I can add, no. We're gonna... We don't want to create new... You can create your own team instead of use the NPCs, but for the purposes of this, I'm just gonna use the NPCs. They've got voice actors and have their own characters. I think once you've played through the main story, then you can come back and create your own peoples and live in this world by yourself without the, you know, the level designer story for you later. Okay. What else we got? I can go to quarters. Go this way. Servitor. Let's do. Okay. He's my fire chief. He's gotta check everything for safety reports. Oof. He got put in that job as punishment. That's an awful job. It's fine if you believe in the sacrifice. If you're doing it to protect your peoples, but you know, it sucks when you're being thrown into the fire just as a punishment. Are you gonna do the job or just stand aside and let yourself be killed and everyone behind you? Okay. Oh, his wife died. Ah, she sacrificed herself for her husband. Alright, here's our agenda.
Rogue Trader. I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans? These children are the future of your crew, and one day, they too will have to stand against evil and heresy as their parents did. By meeting them, by speaking the right words to them, you will honor the memory of the fallen heroes and light the way to heroes in the making. They will always remember the day they met the Rogue Trader. Besides, it will bolster the orphans' spirits, help them recover from their loss, which can be hard for someone so young. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
Alright, we'll go do a speech. Who does anything? Alright. Move away. Alright, so that's her. Bridge officer, helmsman. I'm not gonna call them idiots. Nobody likes each other. Wow. Nobody likes each other. Nobody down here. How about on this side? Servitor. Nobody on this side, okay. Should check out my oh, over here. Check out the quarters again. Are they still dead? Play the piano thing. Books. Oh, okay, so this is all the Kickstarters probably. I can store things in the vault. Whoa! Kicked the window. What else we got? Oh, we got people. Master of Evolutions. What's that? You can go bathing? And a sports bra and shorts. Such a tomboy. What fills my consciousness? Should I go heretical and stay that way? Why not? Let's power heretical. I can lure the enforcers in. Why not? Hey guys, what's up? Interesting. Sector Agenda. Fine. Gain experience. Passed our athletics test. Alright. What else we got to stare at here? Oh, wait, something there. Anything else? In the back closet? Oh, something here. Unfinished letter. Oh, I can change my appearance. I don't want to do that. My secret room. Okay, what's this? Cracked data slave. Do you want to play the thing? Link your account? What account? Is there like a online thingy? Which I'm not gonna link because I don't really care. I'm playing solo and non-multiplayer. Why link shit? Okay. Now where do we go? Finish exploring the ship. The shrine. Sure, let's take everybody with us. Why not? I got an entourage. Okay, well, we've got two doors out. Guy over here. Requires heretical adherent. Okay. I'm gonna find the people who made the confessions. Sort out their troubles.
Let us not dawdle. I always get the job done.
Uh-oh. Okay, so form the question in the orb's first quarter. Okay, these are with puzzles. My light reaches everywhere, the greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle. The greedy will see me in gold. Scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. Strength? Scholars in humanity's cradle. Is this the throne? So greedy folks have a golden throne. The scholars seat of powers in humanity's cradle, and the righteous sees the throne inside their souls, or is it strength? Or is it the emperor? Strength, maybe? Let's try strength. Okay. Let's do the next one. I am within every human, and my loss is feared. For without me comes the end, but give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Blood? I am poison, I am perdition, I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish me. Perish, rejected by the Emperor. Weakness? I have no idea if we get this right. In your body, mind and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. I bring you closer to him. Body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. Stains makes me think purity. Nope. Okay. Throne. Blood. Weakness. Purity. Oh, okay. We got it. It was just the first one we got wrong. Okay, so I got missionary oath. Once per combat, the wearer does not use any abilities during their turn. They can end their turn to immediately grant all adjacent allies more. Alright, well, yay.
Rise to the top.
I'm not sure
or
it's
get
very useful
left
to
in
me,
the
but
dust.
hey. So we got Adelbart here. Alright, what do you have to say, buddy? Okay. So he's the funerary master? Okay. And a ship psychologist, sort of, I guess? Okay, so this is the wealthy person's place. Alright. They're kind of hypocrites. Got it. There's exceptions! There seem to be a lot of exceptions. He won't talk to me now. I offended his religion and all his exceptions. The chapel.
Ugh, they're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, alright? So you lots can calm down.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Box.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Okay. Keeps the choir. He's 34 and he looks old. Wow.
Keep your wits about you. That's how it's done.
Oh, I better save. So, mechanism that permits every, okay. Have to resolve issues.
Is there money to be made? I always get the job done.
Uh-oh.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Okay. I don't know. I'm feeling I should save because... failed.
Just as I planned.
Oh good, RNG rolls.
I always have a backup plan.
88's a pretty high percent, but still.
That's how it's done.
Anything else? The last father's beloved son will open his yawning maw. 13th storm. Who's the 13th storm? After failing sunset from the brought forth into a wailing roar from the womb of... Oh. We don't know. Well, that's disappointing. We lost a astropath.
I always keep my options open. Always keep your eye on the prize.
Checked everything? Did I get it? What did we miss? Is it on this side? Back this side?
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, here we go.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
You got them all? This one? We're doing pretty good.
Just as I planned.
Okay.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Receive the decoded reports from whom? Yeah. Lila Med? Lilamed? Okay, is it a place? Okay, sure.
Keep your wits about you.
I guess that's it. We finished everything we can finish on the ship. How do we leave the ship? Is a good question. Go to the bridge and choose a destination. Have we done everything? We've met all our peoples. We've done what we can do. Now we gotta go gather allies and shore up our ship crew. Okay, so I probably have to hit this map thing, right? Oh, hold on. We had one more quest. Go back. I go back to the ship. Can we go back to the ship? Settings. Back to bridge. I have one more guy I have to find, right? The confessions. We're gonna finish our quest on the ship. Let me just double check my journal page before we head out and go elsewhere. Okay, so we did the prologue. We've got our first companion quest is done. We've got a bunch of errands. Troubled confessions. Okay, so we found the first one. There were 3 lop-eared kleppas and well-being of orphans. Argenta saw the orphans. But I don't think it was her, right?
Greetings. Gladly, there are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about? It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
So they're zealots.
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of faults and weakness. wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand. Those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul. Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
So she's guarding relics. Why is she on the ship?
And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful. Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
So again, glorified museum attendants.
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder. None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy. Should any... About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me? I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations. Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday. It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them. On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse, no one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard. The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valancius Protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared. I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistic systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Idira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
Did you realize I'm a Cypher too, right?
As you wish.
No, I'm not going to dismiss her from my retinue. Okay. Find the makers of the confessions. So it wasn't him. What else do we have? Alright, we found 2 of them. I'm not gonna get them in trouble. Confessed to not being a complete jerk. Wow. His secret confession is he's actually worried about the orphans. Fine. Oh, I don't want to know what you're... Yeah. Fine. Food, warm clothes, and training. Alright. So that was everything, right? We found all 3? Okay. We'll go back now and close that one off. I didn't find out where Idira was. Where is Idira? I don't know where where she ended up. I guess I can't talk to her right now. That was at the chapel, or the no, it was the Void Ship Shrine. Shrine and chapel are both religious sounding rooms. So you confuse me as to what their purpose is. I have to remember astropaths are the psychic dudes. Alright, I guess that's it. I can't tell if we got
Is there money
experience
to
right
be
here.
made?
Anything else? Check mark. Compiler out of order. Oh, I guess that's to find this place. New blood. Oh, and those are the 3 things I have to do. Okay. So I think we are good to go back to the bridge. And we've hit the 4-hour mark, so maybe I should leave that leaving of this area until next time. I don't want to get sucked into the quest line of a planet, which is going to take me another couple hours. So, okay. You know, we've discovered our purpose. We've gone through the intro. We've learned some of the story and some of the world. The whole zealotry that is this organization, and that we're kind of out here amongst the stars representing our family and guild and our loyalty to our crazy, you know, devotion to this sort of empire that we're part of. Everyone seems a little bit messed up and have their own sort of zealotry ideas about how things should be. So there's a variety of different types of groups here. We've got like people that are more religious, people that are more pragmatic, people that are military. It'll be interesting, I think, to see where this goes. Before playing this game, I have no experience with the Warhammer universe, but I know there's a lot of guys out there who love the thing. So we'll see if I can see what they see, or if I'll get confused by the infatuation with the subject matter. Who knows? Anyway, I do kind of like the Baldur's Gate 2 gameplay and the crazy, you know, the crazy characters, and the voice acting's been really good so far. So I'm thrilled to see what will come next. So I guess we'll leave it there, and I will see you next time.